Yo, what up, guys? Sorry the stream died. Please see the disclaimer in the description of this content. Owning Cup of Trades is not responsible for trades or investments made by viewers. Trading and investing can have substantial financial risk, and it is advised to seek advice from a qualified broker or financial advisor before trading or investing. This stream is for entertainment purposes only. All right. Here we go. We're trading live. We're trading the S&P 500. We're trading futures. Trading with the prop firm Lucid Trading prop firm. We are using automation. We are using a trade bot. This is a custom coded indicator that is absolutely killing in the market right now. This is awesome. Anyone can use this. It's open to the public. It's free. It's shared in the Discord. Get NinjaTrader, put it in NinjaScript. Voila. Win with it, lose with it. It's up to you on how you manage it. Mr. Dorsock, what up? I'm giving it away for free because I have no interest in monetary gain from people on the indicator. I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that, to be honest. Other than just feeling like it's the right thing to do. And this space, the trading space, the community, the content creators around this space are atrocious. They're just sleazy con men that are trying to take advantage of people that are beginners, people that don't know what they're doing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool to share something that seems to be pretty good for me. If anyone wants to dive into automation, they can do that by messing around with just the baseline bones of my bot here that scalps the liquidity imbalance. The liquidity imbalance alone is really good data to really base reversions off of, or even continuation. I think the liquidity imbalance is one of the best things I've ever came across in trading over the course of 3 years for me. So if anyone wants to, use automation, mess around with automation, they can do that. And I think this gives them the opportunity to do that without having to pay $500 or something stupid. Yeah, the source code is completely public, and I post it pretty often in the Discord. I've posted it multiple times. This isn't the final product per se, but this is something that I've been forward testing now for quite some time. The concept of trading reversions with the liquidity imbalance is something that I've been working on for well into almost a year now.
Order filled.
And I just want to share it, and I want to share it to everybody. So that took an L. We actually took a loss in the automation finally. That was one of the bigger losses that I think we've taken, which was still only a little over 2. I'm not too worried about it. Let's get it back. Yeah, well, at the end of the day, man, the code was built with Claude. It was built with AI. A lot of the inspiration from this kind of came from you guys. It came from the community. There's been multiple people that have helped me automate things using Claude. So I don't know. It just doesn't make sense for me to make this a paid-for product and claim it as my own. I feel like the public should just have access to it. Anybody can use this. They just got to plug it in NinjaTrader the right way and have access to level 2 data. You get access to level 2 data by signing up for free. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up for NinjaTrader using my link in the description. You get 2 weeks of real-time data. You can play around with this. Deep charts, deep effort zones. Damn, dude, we already got a win. Hell yeah. That took no time at all. We were just in like a 2-hour trade. That one took 2 seconds. Some sort of liquidity imbalance could be a combination of parameters around volume, delta, absorption. That's cool too. Oops. I don't know, man. At the end of the day, I've been doing this for 3 years. I've been live streaming and sharing my journey. I don't think there's anyone in the trade space that's actually just sharing a journey. I think there is tons of people that are trying to milk a bunch of beginners by lying to them or showing fake trades. I'm all transparent here. I'm not selling products. I'm not selling anything other than some coffee cups, and I have a couple affiliated links to the stuff that I am using already. So
order filled.
I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I don't feel like there's anyone in the space doing this. No one's sharing their journey. No one's actually trading. From the beginning, I always wanted to scalp. And I also always wanted to automate it because I've came to realize that when my brain is in play on the trades, it's not good. I know that none of us want to admit that, but for the most part, the reason why we suck at trading is because we're using our brains to do it. That is the sad truth. So to combat that, I have automated it. We're good. We don't have to do anything. We just kind of got to monitor it for different conditions. Fabio? I don't know who that is. What I do know, though, is when someone's selling something, it's probably too good to be true. See, the difference between this live stream and other content creators in the space is truly that most people that are doing this are trying to put on a facade. They're trying to make it seem like they are good at trading, or they just want to have a Lamborghini in the background like Patrick Wayland or something to kind of give off this facade that, you know, I'm rich, you can do it too. The reason why that image is portrayed is simply because they have a product they're trying to sell. It could be a chart, pattern thing, indicator. It could be seminar tickets or whatever the hell it might be, courses. 9.9 out of 10 content creators in this space are just selling baloney to people. It's actually exhausting. I've kind of given up on even diving too deep into it. Dorsock, it's probably because he's making money on selling those products, not actually trading. See, you got to ask yourself this at the end of the day. If somebody is good at trading and they are making a living at trading, why would they even charge people for their product? It's such a simple concept to just ask yourself when you're watching a content creator. If this works so well, like you're telling me, why are you selling it for $200? It's like the most basic psychological reasoning behind a red flag in a con artist. I mean, it's like, that's all you got to do. Just ask yourself that. Been a long day. Glad to have time to chill. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, we'll see. Shit, we were doing really well. Just gave back all the profit, but this thing can't win every time. I'm okay with the loss. We're still green on the realized, so whatever. Thank you for always being the realist out here to do it. Seeing the journey start to finish. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, dude. Yeah, guys, at the end of the day, I'd be doing this even if I had one viewer. Like, I'm not doing this to get viewers. And be like famous and have some course that's the holy grail or something. That's just not. I'm documenting this for me and for anyone else who cares to follow the journey. At the end of the day, the best thing you can do for your own trading is to record yourself doing it. And guess what? When you upload to YouTube and you've been doing it for 3 years, 5 hours a day, do you know how much gigabytes of data that is if you were going to try and store that on a hard drive? No, I'd rather store it on the servers of YouTube. I can reference all of these live streams since 3 years ago. It's just going to be cool to look back on, document my journey and where I came from, and finding consistency. Streamed Like, I don't know if anyone has ever done that in the history of content creation in the trade space. Baloney. Yeah, well, I say that. I don't think anyone else really says that too often here. Yeah, one thing's for certain, man. As time has gone on, I care less and less about what other people think that I'm doing. I used to take it a little too serious. I don't give a fuck anymore. If you guys want to watch and see the journey and play around with something that has potential, then hell yeah. But if not, I don't give a dookie. Dog poopy. Look, man, whenever, you know, when a Tesla crashes into like a tree or something, whose fault is that? The Tesla, it's driving itself, right? If this sucks and I lose, it ain't my fault. I ain't doing it. Just kidding, but not really. The haters want to say I'm doing something wrong. Blame the automation. It's taking the trades, not me. Yeah, it's a solo game for sure. I love this indicator. I love this custom coded automation for a massive reason, being everyone can run with this and not everyone is going to win with it. Some people will lose, some people will win. It matters on how you trade it with the conditions you're given. This is a very intuitive indicator. It's dynamic in the sense of one person might say, oh, I just want to take 1 point on entry. One person might say, I want to take 20 points. One person might have a stop loss. One person might not. One person might look at 5 minutes of data. Another person looks at 2 hours. Like, there's so many ways you can perceive this. Just like how insane trading is, winning in a million different ways. You could win with this approach, this automation, a million different ways. You could also lose a million different ways. NinjaTrader instead of Sierra charts, affordable L2 with years of history, high market depth, supports tick accurate backtests. I've honestly always used NinjaTrader, man. I like NinjaTrader for futures. They cater towards the futures market really well. They have some of the lowest commissions really in the industry. And I just like the interface. A level 2 data on NinjaTrader is $20 a month. Is Sierra charts cheaper than that? Business lens. The strategy is simple. It is just simply based on playing reversions at the tops and bottoms of the liquidity imbalance. I look at 30 minutes of data. The liquidity imbalance plots tops and it plots bottoms. It plots a support and a resistance. When we break through the resistance at the top, the theory is that the imbalance is now out of balance and it will come back to within a balance. When we break the tops and bottoms of the liquidity imbalance, we generally have a swing back the other way, based on my analysis of this data over the course of a year. Generally. Doesn't mean it's always right, but the probability is pretty good. And that's good enough for me. C++, so it's blazing fast. Yeah, so is NinjaScript's the same way, Dorsock. It's all built in C++ too. But I don't know, I've never messed around with Sierra charts to really say if I think it's good or bad, to be honest, man. How do you find liquidity imbalances? Can you explain? The line that you're seeing right there that's plotting the Cyan line, that is the liquidity imbalance. So this is a 1 second chart. It's plotting on a 1 second interval. It means every second it's updating what the liquidity imbalance is and plotting it on a line chart. All we're really doing is trying to find where there is some correlation of bounce, right?
Target filled.
Some correlation of support and resistance in the liquidity imbalance itself. This translates directly to the price action too. So if you were someone who is just simply reading price action, and normally I would get in short here, but I'm not going to. I'm only taking longs. Tired of getting burned on the shorts. My dad over the course of 200 trades says that shorts are weak, so I'm just going to convert this to only trading long. Go about it like that. I am adjusting to the conditions in real time based on my own trade data using the graphic interface of the actual indicator. Pretty snazzy. But anyway, going back to reading the liquidity imbalance, the tops and the bottoms are plotted on a rolling 30-minute interval. That means that the red line at the top is the highest point that the liquidity imbalance has reached within 30 minutes. The green line on the bottom is the lowest point that the liquidity imbalance has reached in a 30-minute time frame. And you can see the respect of these areas. When we break these highs and these lows, we generally do have reversions, generally. If we trend really strong through these and we continue, it can be dangerous. But the likelihood of that occurring is a lot lower than the other way, the reversion. Maybe back to the system with volume time frame. Or is it designed for tick charts? It's not a tick chart. It could be used on a tick chart, I guess, but we're just looking at the raw liquidity imbalance. If I wasn't live streaming, guys, I wouldn't even care about what the price action shows, because it has nothing to do with what the trades are or why they're being taken. It's not the high and low of the 30-minute candle, no. It's just the high and low of the liquidity imbalance itself. There is no candles here. The price action's just plotted on a line chart, so you guys have some sort of representation of, where I'm getting in and where I'm getting out. But for the most part, everything that I'm doing here is based on the liquidity imbalance. When the liquidity imbalance forms multiple tops, forms multiple bottoms, we have a simple top and bottom of the liquidity imbalance. When we break the tops and bottoms, we generally have a strong magnetized reversion back to within the range. Sometimes, like you see here, in just the past 10 minutes, bottom of the range, top of the range, and then we're probably going to go to the bottom of the range and then back to the top of the range, and then we just keep on doing that. Eventually we'll break out of the top, that's fine. If we lose, or we continue to lose because maybe we're trending really well, every 30 minutes, remember, the bottoms and the tops are going to plot. So at some point, if I'm in a losing trade, that liquidity imbalance, let's say I'm in short, that liquidity imbalance on the bottom is going to eventually come up and squeeze me out of the trade. I have not used a stop loss. My exit strategy is just based on the flipping of the trade, the reversion back the other way. If I'm short at the top and we reach the bottom of that green line and we break it, my trade closes and then we go back long. I really do need to make a video on everything that I am doing now, because this is probably like my end game. I think this is my end game trade setup, strategy, approach, whatever you want to call it. There's been a couple of these that I've posted on the channel, but if I'm not using them anymore, I don't care to really have that video public. It's just confusing. Top step X on trading strategy, but I'm just curious. No, this wouldn't work in trading view. Top step X is trading view. How to find liquidity imbalance without the algo? I mean, there's a lot of liquidity imbalance indicators out there. Liquidity imbalance is the order book. It's essentially just plotting the difference, right? But the difference between the bid and the ask from the order book. Liquidity imbalance is actually, as far as I know and as far as I understand it, it is unfilled volume. The liquidity imbalance is just giving us representation of what's going on in the order book, all the resting orders. Hidden liquidity? No. I don't really care to make any changes, Doorstock, until maybe I feel like it's maybe necessary. As right now, it's working well enough for me to not care about doing really anything to it. Yeah, essentially, Ryan. At the end of the day, I don't care to speculate or know why things are happening the way they are. I just know that when the liquidity imbalance has a resistance or a top, when we break that, we generally have a good reversion. When we break the other way, the bottom, we generally have a good reversion. It does need level 2 data. Yes, yes. It's all derived from the order book. You must have liquidity, level 2 data to see the liquidity. It's about to get in again, just to prove that. I mean, I'm not getting in with my hands. This is all automated. See if it can break down. We're getting in with 2 micros at a time, but I could change this, guys. I could make, I could get in with, if I wanted to. We only have $1,000 in drawdown. I could be really dumb and risk all that drawdown by sizing in like crazy with a lot of size. But the problem with that is as soon as we have a little bit of a loss, we'll fail the account. So I have to trade with small micros.
Order filled.
Let's see. I wasn't even looking at the chart when that executed. So we're getting in with 2 micros a pop. There's a couple caveats, however the hell you want to say it, to this too, is I am dollar cost averaging into my trades. If this is not the best entry, there's a 15-minute cooldown. After 15 minutes, if we continue to trend down and we break lower lows here in the liquidity imbalance, I will actually put another 2 contracts in. That will move my average down. That'll set me up a little bit better to capture a reversion from the initial loss. But the dollar cost average should be in a place to where we're okay to win. Because we're only asking for 2 points here. We're not asking for a lot. Oh, man. I really do got to do a video on this. The more I try to explain it, the more it probably seems like there should be something to refer people to. I mean, if I was a viewer just watching this, I'd be like, what the hell is going on? What is this? That's awesome, man. I think I don't think this I think this strategy is like decay proof. I don't see how this, even if like 100,000 people were like, oh, I want to use this approach too, Don't you think it would just make it stronger if 100,000 people were like, I'm playing reversions of the break? You know, I don't know. That's not my goal. My goal isn't to have anybody use my approach. In fact, I'd always advise against thinking that you could use someone else's approach. At the end of the day, I'm just sharing a journey. I'm not trying to form some trade chat baloney. I just don't see how if a bunch of people knew about this approach, or even if the market makers knew about the approach or focused on this approach, I just don't see how it could be sabotaged.
Target filled.
I think we're probably going to end up winning a lot more now. If they see big enough stack of orders, it might just trigger some. Yeah. There's no singular way to trade this too, though. Because remember, I'm trading the reversions of the 30-minute. Someone else might trade the reversions of the 1 hour. Those are completely different levels, you know. This automation is very dynamic in the sense of it caters towards the person's style of trading. One person might want to do some high frequency trading, another is scalping, another swing trading through the day. I mean, as long as the liquidity imbalance is printing, you can see however much data you want. The kicker with this too is, in order to see the liquidity imbalance, you actually have to be watching the chart, or in terms of like, there has to be an open application. There isn't historical data of the liquidity imbalance past the point of opening the platform. The liquidity imbalance can only plot on your chart as the chart's open. It is truly kind of a leading indicator. It doesn't take action based on speculation, it takes action based on real data. I knew when I took this break, man, I was leaving on a good note. I told myself, through all the testing that I've done, as long as I just don't over leverage and overexpose myself, this will work. And lo and behold, dude, 3 days of running this automation, we've made $800. That is absolutely insane. Trading 2 micros at a time. Some of that was even with 1 micro. I think last night I let everything run with 1 micro a pop. 1 micro on entry every 15 minutes if we had another setup come in. And it still made $180 during after hours. That is mind-blowing to me. I was talking about the results of this earlier, and it's sitting at an average of 85% win rate of about 200 trades now. 85%. Some people would go like this though. They'd go, "Oh, well, you're only asking for 2 points though. You could get in anywhere, right? You could get in anywhere in the market and make 2 points." I don't think so. I think if you just randomly guessed for 2 points with no stop,
Order
I don't think the win rate's going to be 85%. I think it would be somewhere close to 50. In theory, I believe that I have exposed an edge by using the liquidity imbalance. The data shows it. I don't see how it how it isn't, you know? And if I adjust to the conditions in real time, if I can see in my data that shorts are not working and I can divert from using that and only go long in a market that's bullish, or maybe I just use the bias selection of above the RTH open, take longs, below the RTH open, take shorts. Adjusting to that condition, I think increases the edge even more. I just don't really see how this fails. Every now and then there's going to be, some nasty trade that might come in, but I think this is going to do really well, man. Yeah. I did, I kind of did. I was forward testing my ass off. That is for damn sure. You're making cheese, right? Up 800 on the week. Yep. This evaluation's been cooking. This is the third day. I think I took the break and we were up 70. I don't think I streamed that day, but this is the third day and we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty damn well. We're not making cheese yet, though. We got to get funded first. We're almost there. Once I get funded, we'll approach payout. I will say this, man. If I can get funded, and get payouts without ever even touching my keyboard, I am gonna shit a chicken because that's crazy. A freak. Chicken or egg? Shat the chicken. Yeah. Stock. This is the S&P 500 futures. MES, trading micros. Oh man, I really hope this does get past. That would be sick. That would be sick. I think it will. We're looking pretty good. Of course, right when we get close to passing, I think we were like $200. That's when we took a little bit of an L. I love how that works. I just love that. Right back, guys. I'm gonna make a quick call, get some water. It's only 12:30. We got a lot of trading left today, so yeah, we'll be here. This thing is gonna probably tag into 2 more contracts.
Order filled.
There it is. And that cost basis goes down. That's perfect. That's what we want. 57.59, 54.56. Yeah, it's cool. So at least now when it wins, it'll win 40, not 20. If it wins, it should win. Break down below the low in that liquidity imbalance, and then we will eventually, inevitably, probably, most likely, with most probableness, snap back to the upside. Anyway, I'll be right back. I will see you guys in a bit. All right, I didn't quite step away yet, but I get to see this win at least. That's cool. Look at that. Give me there. Get it. Let's go. All right, I'll be back.
Order filled.
All right, dudes. Back for the moment. I gotta go get this coffee though. It's been years. You're still failing miserably. I don't know about that. I think your YouTube channel failed miserably. That's a different topic. Be right back, guys. Let me snag another cup. We'll continue doing our thing. I think I'll probably add 2 more if we can come back down, but otherwise I think this will probably have to tag out for a loss. We'll see what happens when the top comes down. I'll be right back.
Coffee's done frothing.
Let me go get that bad boy. Whoa.
Order filled.
All right, guys. Well, I'm back with my cup. Looks like we took an L. That's okay. Because you know what? We got another trade coming. I'm going to change it up a little, though. Not really liking how the market feels. Trades are taking a little too long. So I'm just going to play it safe, and I should probably play it like this the entire time. There's a part of me that, wants to get there really quick, and we kind of have gotten there really quick. Just over the course of 2 days of the automation, we amassed up to like 800 in profit, which is really cool. It really is. But there's situations to where I can only size in with so much until it becomes too dangerous. If I do 2 contracts at a time, and I cap that at 3 entries, which would be 6 total contracts, the leverage will stop. And what could happen is I just inevitably keep losing for, hours. Instead of adding to the position, there's no room to add to the position, but there is room to add to these losing positions with good setups if I get in with one single contract. So that could be beneficial. 700. Set the global profit target to 500. It'll stop at 500. Yeah, okay. We're going to keep trading. I'm going to go both sides, but I'm going to just get in with one micro. I'm going to play it as safe as I can. I want to get this thing past. If it takes another week, whatever. But I got to be safe with it. I do got to be kind of safe with it. The safest thing to do is to trade with one micro and add from that. It's 150. Okay. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. The 11 people up in here. Appreciate y'all. Took a long break. A lot of the OGs kind of disappeared from here. But that's okay. At the end of the day, I'm just sharing a journey, boys. $603 still isn't too bad. Not too bad. At some point, maybe I'll just use real cash. Just need to have like a $5,000 account if I'm going to do that. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. a slow day. We haven't really gone anywhere, huh? This entire day. It's like a 20-point range. I'm gonna mute the music. Guys, somebody mentioned this on, I think, the last night's stream overnight. They said, why don't you use a VPS, virtual private server, to run the automation? And I think that's a genius idea. I'm probably going to set that up, like genuinely going to set up a virtual environment and just run this constantly. Because the thing is you got to keep the chart open for the data to print. It could run 24/7. Kind of proving that it works pretty well, so kind of interested to see what happens. Maybe after I pass and actually get funding, I will pay for a virtual private server hosted somewhere and I'll actually set that up. Maybe I'll make a video on how to do that too. I don't know. I've never once taken that much, man. I think the biggest losing trade was like 200, but it happens. Can't win them all. As long as it's consistent, I don't really care if there's big losses from time to time. But 500 is crazy. We're not even close to that. What did I? I don't know. I might have. I didn't lose 500. So when you say $500 hit, I'm expecting that's the realized. If we draw down 500 and end up losing 60 bucks, that's just a $60 hit. I don't really care about the drawdown. Trade's not closed. At the end of the day, if it draws down and it loses, which is very unlikely, the account fails and we lose $60. 60 real dollars. This is a prop firm account. The expense is the cost it was to start the account. That's really it. It's not that much money. We'll be okay if it fails. Turbo, just because there's no stop loss doesn't mean that it's not good risk management. You know what's good risk management? Using a prop firm instead of a cash account. That's already risk management. You have to look at it a little bit differently. I understand what you're saying, but in my experience over the course of 3 years using stop losses, um, for me, it just can do a little bit more damage than good. For this approach specifically, if the initial entry doesn't work, I will continuously keep getting in on setups until eventually the cost average is close enough to where we eventually get the 2 points anyway. That means we have to draw down $200 to get $60, then so be it. I just look at things as probabilities now. This is all systematic. I don't take any trades. I could implement a stop loss if I wanted to. There's an option to do that. That's why I always say this automation is very dynamic, because if someone wanted to use a stop loss, they could. It's going to change results drastically based on the person using it. Might work with some basic market structure. I think the strat works fine. I think the strat doesn't need market structure because technically it is trading market structure. We're trading the liquidity imbalance, support and resistance of that data. If you look at the price action, it's direct correlation to that. So we're already kind of trading the market structure. It'd be pointless to add something like that. Unless maybe you wanted to do like moving averages or some VWAP action. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm not going to roll anything out. This is something that is not 100%, but it is doing very well. So we just got to keep running with it, keep collecting data, and enjoy the process. At the end of the day, I think I'm done retaining any sort of advice or critique or anything from anyone in the community, because there's too much of it. There's way too much of it. Trading is singular. It's based on a single person, not an overall community. So what 100 people think is right, another 100 people will think is wrong. So if anyone wants to give their input on what they think I should and shouldn't do, or what's best for me or isn't best for me, or what's best or what isn't best, or what's good and what isn't good, I just fortunately just got to keep it to themselves because that's just kind of a waste of your time typing it out. At this point, I'm pretty set in stone on what I got here. I feel pretty good about it. Somebody mentioned overnight, whenever we were streaming overnight, that I should just place this in a VPS, so a virtual private server, hosted by some cloud environment. I love that idea. I love that idea because this indicator can only pull data while it's open, while the chart's open. If I put it in a cloud environment, I can run this thing 24/7. I can monitor it from my phone. That is so interesting to me. Now that this is automated and it doesn't require me to be here, I think I might dive into that. It is really interesting to think about. At the end of this, I'll make a video, kind of an update on what's gone down, what I'm using, what the parameters were. But as of right now, there has been 0 trades manually. No manual trades have taken place in this prop firm evaluation. This is all automation. Within 3 days, amassing 637 profit. And we were even higher than that. We took a couple bad trades today, or I didn't take it. The automation got in on some trades that just didn't work out, and it is what it is. All the trades can't be good. There's going to be bad trades. That's fine. How old? Old enough to buy some. Old enough to buy some brews. But not old enough to buy a yacht. Boating's license expired. I'm over 20 and under 40. How does a bot exit the trade? Exits the trade either by hitting the 2-point take profit that is after the entry or average entry, the cost basis of the collective contracts that have been entered on, which in this case is 75.42. There's a 2-point take profit always after that, always. Unless I change it, but right now I have it set to 2 points. And if it doesn't hit that take profit, eventually the rolling 30-minute data for the top and bottom of the liquidity imbalance will squeeze the trade out. This means I could be taking just a small loss, a big profit, or a small loss or a small profit, or a big loss. As you can see, there's a top line, there's a red line at the top, there's a green line at the bottom. The bottom is the rolling 30-minute low of the liquidity imbalance. Top line is the rolling 30-minute high of the liquidity imbalance. The automation is set up to where if I'm short from the top, if we ever pass the bottom, the green line, and if I'm long from the bottom, the green line, if we ever pass the red line, which is the top, it flips the trade or just simply closes the trade. I can set this to where I'm going longs only, shorts only, or both, however I want to do it. But if the take profit does not get hit, the exit occurs when the reversing side of the entry is crossed. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm in short on the red line. When it crosses the green line, trade executes. I'm in long on the green line. When it crosses the red line, trade executes. The reason why it executes and closes is because that's generally the setup for the other direction. So the trade closes out. That could be in loss, could be in small profit, could be hitting the take profit. Just depends on the conditions. So the bot is always in a trade. It's always in a trade if I tell it to always be in a trade. As of right now, conditions are set up to where it's taking longs and shorts from the bottoms and the tops. The bottom is the green line, the top is the red line. If I set it up to where it's only going to get in long whenever we're above the, say, the open, or short when we're below the open, or I can make it to where it's only taking longs or only taking shorts. That means that it's only going to make entries when we pass the top. It's only going to make entries when we pass the bottom for longs. It just depends on the conditions. Depends on the conditions that are set. That box there on the left side, those are the actual, that's a little graphic interface of the actual indicator. That's been custom coded into the Ninja script to allow us to on the fly change the conditions in the strategy without actually having to reset the strategy and the data. I think it's super genius to have that. It's so cool. I don't even know if I'd really consider this a bot. I think that just translates really well with the community. A bot is usually like a third party application or software that's using, I don't know, like some broker to make trades. But this is actually a script that's just inputted into Ninja script. It's technically just a custom indicator with automated entry exit logic. It's got automated entry exit logic, making it in theory 100% automated. And when you think about automation, you think about, oh, it's a bot. A traditional bot is like a third party software, but I think it makes sense to call it that. This is a good example here, though. That is a bot? Yeah. It makes sense. It's kind of the same thing. A traditional trade bot isn't usually something that's, I don't know. I could set up alerts to where it's making entry and exits based on conditions. I wouldn't really consider that a bot. You're just using entry and exit logic. So look, this is I don't know why it didn't enter there. It should have entered. Maybe it didn't pass it enough. That should have entered for a short though. So it's not in a trade currently, and it's not in a trade currently because we hit the take profit. And right after the take profit, we didn't have any conditions to exit or any conditions to enter on the top or the bottom. I don't know why this didn't enter. Maybe it happened too quick. It should have entered. Oh, you know what? It's because I have a cooldown. There's a 1 minute cooldown after the take profit is hit. Huh. That makes me want to not use that anymore. Yeah, there's a 1 minute cooldown that's set up to where it does not enter after the take profit is achieved. There was a reason why I implemented that. Because it would just overexpose itself continuously trying to enter. Hmm. Yeah, that's a bummer. That should have been a win right there. That was an easy win. Moved 4 points off that. Why 2 point? I just think 2 points is easy to get. You can argue all day like, oh, shoulda, coulda, woulda, missed this, missed that, but 2 points is easily achievable whenever your entries actually have some sort of edge or some sort of good execution. When your entries have some sort of good execution at good areas, 2 points is pretty simple to achieve. The further you go, the tougher it's going to be to achieve that. Remember, we are scalping. My intention is not to hold on to trades for multiple minutes or hours. 2 points just works for me, for how I manage it, for what it does. But I'm not married to that idea. I could change it to 20 if I wanted to. Originally, using the liquidity imbalance before I automated it, I was just simply swinging the entire top to bottom, bottom to top, swinging that entire move. Sometimes it would be 15 points, sometimes it would be 30 points. And that worked, but sometimes I was in trades for hours. And sometimes, actually, most of the time, what I would see is I would be up, say, 10 points, and I would just watch it disappear and I would capture no profit. And I'd eventually hit a stop loss or whatever might have happened. I just don't want to walk away without profit. I'd rather capture profit. Never mind. Have a good day. Never mind what? I mean, you're thinking as if we know the future. It's not like you knew that the 3 points were going to be missed. All we can do is capture what we can. If we speculate too much about any approach, it's just a dead end. You'll eventually just lose, or you'll lose your own mind. There's less speculation in taking a small profit at a good entry than holding on to a good entry and expecting that I'm going to get to the other side of the range. Could take hours. It's not definitive. It's not 100% thing. I wouldn't even say that it's like a 60% thing. I'd rather go with capturing small profit than waiting for larger moves, because the time that it takes to complete a larger move, generally there's probably 5 moves within it that, in my experience, are pretty good. Pretty good moves that could have been captured, probably resulting in the same amount of points anyway, with less time. So that's just what I've kind of seen with my own trading. I think you can perceive this a million different ways. I'm looking at a 30-minute rolling data set here. We could change that to an hour, 5 hours, 10 hours. Just depends on how long you want to look at the data. This is a leading indicator because it's plotting in real time. It's only making executions based on data. It's not making executions on what is or could happen. When we fly far from a VWAP, it's kind of more speculative to think that we're going to snap back to it. We don't really know when it's going to snap back. It'd be a little different if you were playing VWAP breaks, I guess. But I don't know. Like anything, there's going to be some speculation. I just want to look at this with the highest probable outcome as I can, and that is small scalps off the 30-minute. If I had more time and I wanted to trade, I don't know, multiple hours for bigger moves, maybe I could size in more, make it more worth it, but that's just not the case with the account right now. All right, well, the 1-minute cooldown's up. If we pass this red line, we go short. That sucks. It took an L. what were we at today at the height of the account? I am actually curious. Saw 937. Yeah, I think we had to have hit the. I don't think we hit it overnight because the stream died at like 2 a.m. for whatever reason. I don't know how well this would have done overnight if the stream didn't die. I lost connection to everything. It even canceled my automation from running. So that's annoying. Makes me want to just get that VPS set up even more. I really do want to do that, guys. I want to get to a point to where I can run this in a cloud environment on a virtual server to where it just never stops. It just keeps on cooking. That would be pretty cool. And I don't think there would be any issues doing it either. Hmm. Probably got to restart it every now and then. I'd assume it'd collect too much data and break, but I'm not sure. That'd be something I'd have to test. What are we looking like right now? Like performance wise, is the RAM just being like destroyed? No, doesn't look like it. Not even close. Well, it's 3:02. Market's closed. Another day of survival with the automation. Not the best green day, but we still did okay. Let's see. Yeah, the very beginning of the day was when we did our best. 278. We were up to 278 in profit. Today was a good day. Kind of helped me realize the dangers of sizing in too much too quick. I think I'm going to start just going back to 1 micro at a time. I think that's probably going to be our best bet. We'll go off that on 5/30/15. Yeah. I'm fine with that. We'll see what happens in the next 30 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and let this trade after hours and we'll see what we can do. I am going to get a VPS setup, virtual private server setup for this. That way I can manage this from my phone. That'd be cool. What up, Trade Owl? Yeah, kind of. We're fully automated now, so every single time we pass the top, we short. That pass the bottom, we long. The entry and exit logic is now coded, so it's all complete automation. I've taken 0 trades manually in this entire account. The 665 in profit's been made entirely through the automation. But it's not a new setup. This is the same thing we've been doing for a while. I trade NQ? Nah, man, I used to. I'm only messing with the S&P 500 now because it's just a little cleaner. Moves are a little less volatile. And that's really the only reason. I used to do NQ though. All right, dudes, that's it. It's past 3:45, so there's no trades that can be made. Maybe at 5 p.m. I'll start the stream back up and we'll go again. But for now, that's gonna be it, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. I'll see y'all on the next one. Hopefully, we can push further in the old automation. We'll see. Y'all take it easy. Peace.